Here we go. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of the Stock Dog Trials at the 2025 National Western Stock Show. Currently, we are about to run our open run 2, starting off with Jeff Mundorf with Fergie. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gom with Pace, and in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Kate. Good luck, everybody, and let's get this started. While we're waiting here, can we give the volunteers and everybody that's helping a round of applause? Is Jeff running again? All right, now that we have our obstacle fixed, we are going to run with Jeff Mundorf again with Fergie. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gom with Pace, and in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Kate.
Good morning. Am I working? What am I doing wrong? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Trial. We had a little bit of an obstacle problem that we thought needed to be fixed, so we're a little late getting started, but this is Jeff Mundorf and Fergie. Jeff comes to us from Iowa, Red Oak, Iowa to be precise. Jeff's been doing this a long time, even though he's a young man, and he served for 2 terms, I believe, as president of the National Catalog Association. No, 1 2-year term. That's what it was. changed the course considerably today. First of all, we're running in the opposite direction. Secondly, we've added an obstacle to fetch, and we're making them work the barrels sort of as a figure eight. This barrel nearest us, they've got to do clockwise direction. The blue barrel on the far side, they've got to do in a counterclockwise direction. Jeff's doing a heck of a good job, or he was. There we go. This is Fergie. Yesterday, all but one of our handlers got full scores on this course. Ooh. Now Jeff's got a decision to make here, whether he redoes this one or whether he comes back to the Y, or the fetch obstacle, we'll call it. We're using that obstacle twice in this course, but right now looks like he's retrying the barrel. There he goes. Counterclockwise around that barrel. Actually, he isn't retrying it. He didn't have it right the first time. Now he's got it. Now he's got to come back to this fetch obstacle again. And he's got it. Now he's got one obstacle left. Today, we're keeping the handlers in the Fergie didn't take the right command. Jeff's got to drive him through this rather convoluted looking final obstacle. See how he does. We've added a minute to the total time for the course, as I said, so they now have 8 minutes to do this. He's got one in it already. These cattle are behaving themselves quite well. Away, away, away. There he goes. He's got him in. He's going to have a full score. Course ends when that last calf exits, and he managed to get it all done. An excellent start to the morning.
That was Jeff Mundorf with Fergie with a score of 240 and a time of 4:27. Next up, we have Sarah Jo Gom with Pace. On deck, we have Becky Combs with Kate. And in the hole, we have John Holmes with Eli.
All right, on the course now we've got Sarah Jo Gom and her dog Pace. Sarah Jo joins us all the way from Washington State. Actually, she's now already done 3 obstacles, 3 score points in any event. First one is through this fetch shoot, we'll call it. Second one is through the handler's box, and the third one is behind that next obstacle. Now she's heading for the what we call the weave obstacle on the far side. She's got him in. She's got him out. Scores on that obstacle. Working on a perfect score. Now she's got to come all the way across the arena and go around this barrel nearest us, the green barrel, in a clockwise direction. Again, they have to enter from this side nearest us and go out the side farthest us. She's going the wrong way. There we go. Saved that one quickly. Ooh, ooh, come by, come by, come by. These first sets of cattle have been just spectacular. They clearly don't know the course, but they're moving off the dog. Now she's got to pull them off that back fence, get them going so she can go around the second barrel in a counterclockwise direction. Starting to get a little trotty. Ooh. Now she's got it, I think. Uh-oh, she's got to get them back. Pace is taking a little wider outrun than she would like right now. It's going to be a sunny day here in Denver. The sun's coming up, but unfortunately where we are, it's not sunny yet. We're in the shadow of the building behind us, and it's cold. At least it's cold just sitting here. There, she's got it. Don't think this is going... Ooh, she missed one. Question is, does she retry or go ahead? That looks like she's going to try to retry. She's got to bring them back across the line from that barrel to the side of the arena, which she has succeeded in doing. Now she just has to push them around again. This little calf seems to know right where it's going. And fortunately, the others seem to be following it. So she finished that obstacle without any dog work, actually. I think part of that is there's a draw. There's some draw today going to be to the exhaust gate, which is where they were headed just then. Now she's got to load this last obstacle, which could be a little tricky. Oh, she's got two of them in. Now that's just a flow-through obstacle, so she doesn't have to have them all in there at one time, although now she does. So we're going to have our second perfect run of the day. There we go. Completed run. So far,
That was Sarah Jo Gom with pace with a score of 240 and a time of 5:35. Up next, we have Becky Combs with Kate. On deck, we have John Holmes with Eli, and in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Slink.
Okay, right now we've got Becky Combs in the arena with her dog Kate. And they seem to have decided they know right where that obstacle is. What they do is they know right where that exhaust gate is, and that's what they were heading for. So now she's actually scored 3 times already. She has 90 points on these guys. Now let's see how anxious they are to go into that weave on the far side. They certainly seem less anxious to do that. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave briefly. I have to go run a dog.
That was Becky Combs with Kate with a score of 240 and a time of 3:57. Up next, we have John Holman with Eli. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Slink. In the hole, we have Jordan Markowski with linen. That was John Holmes with Eli for a score of 240 and a time of 7:20. Next up, we have Bob Wagner with Slink. On deck, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon, and in the hole, we have Cappy Pruett with Reba. That was Bob Wagner with Slink with a score of 240 and a time of 2:27. Next up, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon. On deck, we have Cappy Pruett with Reba, and in the hole, we have Dan Wagner with Zinni.
Hello, we're back. Sorry about that, although I'm not the least bit sorry about my run. I certainly am in first place. So,
That was Jordan Markowski with Leland with a time of 7:41 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Cappy Pruett with Reba. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zinni. And in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Nip.
okay, up coming in now is Cappy Pruett with his dog, Reba. Reba's an older dog, actually. Cappy's been running her for a long time. Cappy's from Colorado. He's also one of the superintendent team here, mostly in charge of cattle. He does a spectacular job of that. He also is one of the best dog trainers in the country. He travels all over the country doing clinics. And generally, you can expect good runs from him. So let's see what he can do. Whoops, no problem to start with. So far, I'm really happy. We've had all full scores. We allowed an extra minute, so there have been two of them over 7 minutes, two of the runs so far. But we've had two runs under 4 minutes. So it's, I think it's about the kind of course we like. Okay, Cappy's working on this first barrel, which he has to go around clockwise, and he has. Now he's got to pull him off the fence, bring him down and around the far barrel in a counterclockwise direction. Today they're a little heavy to the exhaust area, and I think they're still looking to go through this weave obstacle in the wrong, in what is today the wrong direction. Yesterday that's the way they all went. Ooh, that's a problem. He's got that one stuck in that weave obstacle. Now there, Reba got him out. They'll go counterclockwise around that barrel, then back through this first obstacle. Through that obstacle. Now the final obstacle. This is a little different than yesterday's course in that the handlers don't ever get to leave the box. They've got to do everything remotely. And I would have to say this obstacle isn't proving as challenging as we thought it would be. So far everybody's gotten it done, including Cappy. Nice run, Cappy.
That was Cappy Pruett with Reba with a score of 240 and a time of 3:23. Next up, we have Jan Wagner with Zinni. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Nip. And in the hole, we have Genie Allen with Faye.
Cappy Pruett had a good run, put him in second place right now. And here we have Jan Wagner, who just happens to be my wife, and also a major helper here. This is her dog, Zenny. Last year, Zenny was nursery champion at the stock show, but Jan wasn't happy with the way she ran yesterday. Come by, come by. Nope, she's good. There's some advantage to having your cattle be a little trotty in that they go faster. There's some disadvantage in that sometimes they go where they want to go, and it's harder to control them. We'll see how she does. The barrels are sort of the deciding factor for that, although she's got one of them there who wants to go in the corner. Zenny sometimes gets a little carried away, causes Jan some trouble. And what's happened now is they've split up, which is always a problem. We worried that it would be a bigger problem than it's proving to be, since these cattle haven't been together all that long. Really just a matter of a few weeks for one group of 50 that is in the group. We have about 130 total head here that we're working. So no class has to have rerun cattle within the class. Some of these cattle will run twice in a day. Jan's a little unhappy because she hasn't had a chance to work her dogs very much recently. So it was 3 weeks ago she had a shoulder replacement. I guess 3.5 weeks now. No, 3 weeks and 2 days. She had her shoulder replaced and didn't feel comfortable working the dogs while she was in a sling. There we go. She's got them through the weave. They're headed to this, where they're really headed is to the exhaust, but she can direct that to get them to come over here toward the green barrel, or the barrel closest to us here. They have to go clockwise, and it looks like they're in good position to do that. Ooh, excellent position. If she doesn't lose that, oh, she lost 2 of them. Now she's got it. Now she's good. The barrels actually form a corner of a square obstacle with the sides going toward the sides of the arena, and it's necessary that the cattle all enter in one side and exit in the opposite side. In the case of this nearest barrel, they enter on the line closest to us. Oh, she's got them in a great place now. She can stop them. Cattle are a little frisky this morning. According to my truck when I came in this morning, it was 22 degrees here. The problem for us where we're sitting is that we're in the shade. And so it feels like it's 22 degrees. You see the sun is starting to creep across the arena. Lie down, lie down. There, she's got them right where she wants them. Easy, easy. There she goes. Now she's got to head back through this box obstacle, which they seem to like going through. Now she doesn't have anything left but to the final obstacle. She got one went down the outside, but she should be able to get that turned back with him. Nope, that was the dog's fault just then. Dog got him stirred up. She lost the 2 she already had in there. Now I got them all back again. Oops, easy, easy. Way. Jan is a physician. She operates, she's an anesthesiologist, but she now operates a pain clinic and doesn't get to work her dogs as much as she would like, even when she doesn't have a bad shoulder. But Zenny's still a young dog, but I think Zenny's going to be a really good dog. Away, 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 away. Thompson, he's a little too tight and driving right past the opening to that obstacle. Lie down. Away, 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 away. And Jan has run out of time, so she's going to leave 30 points on the course.
That was Jan Wagner with Zinni with a score of 210 and a time of 8 minutes. Up next, we have Mike Thompson with MIP. On deck, we have Genie Allen with Faye, and in the hole, we have Jeff Myers with Jean.
Okay, Mike Thompson coming in with his dog Nip. Okay, here goes Mike Thompson with his dog Nip. And they look like they certainly see this first obstacle. Whoops. I thought they saw the first obstacle, and I'm sure Mike did too. They're going to have to redo that one. One of the things about a course like this where the majority of handlers are getting complete runs and the outcome's going to be determined by time, you don't have much choice. You got to retry everything and get full points everywhere. Top 20 dogs in this open class will come back tomorrow for a final run. The eligibility for the finals is determined by placings on the 2 days. The top 3 dogs each day automatically qualify, however they did on the other day. And then the remaining 14 places are filled initially by sum of scores, but we're having so many perfect scores both days, it's going to be sum of times, sum of how fast or efficiently they do the course. Out of the weave, headed to this green barrel. These cattle are move off the dogs really well. We've had very little incidents of the cattle taking on the dog. They're smaller cattle, which tends to make them a little more forgiving, but sometimes a little more energetic. And what's interesting is there's people around, spectators, and they up against the fences, and they don't seem to be bothering the cattle at all. We worry about that a lot, but this group seems fine. He's about to finish his clockwise barrel. Now he's got to get him, and they're cooperating very nicely. Whoops, except the black one. I don't know where the black one wants to go, but not where Mike wants him to go, that's for sure. So now Mike's got to come back and go counterclockwise around the blue barrel. And these guys badly want to get to the exhaust. They would rather be exhausted. Hoping they're not exhausted in the normal sense of the word exhausted. Looks like he's in good shape to get the blue barrel. And now he has. And they're going to run right through this other obstacle for him, I bet. And they do. He's down now to the final obstacle. Ooh, I think they see it. Maybe not. I think Mike might have missed an opportunity there to send his dog as they were first approaching that on and away. But from his perspective, it probably didn't look necessary. He's got him right where he wants him now. He's got one in, so the other two should follow. There goes number 2. And, oh no, they decided not to stay in there. There they go. We're going to have another full score. Let's see how Mike did time-wise.
That was Mike Thompson with Nip for a score of 240 and a time of 4:36. Up next, we have Genie Allen with Faye. On deck, we have Jeff Myers with Gene. And in the hole, we have Billy Richardson with Jim.
Okay, there's Genie Allen and her dog, Faye. Faye is off already. And here come the cattle. She's got 3 red ones. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but we shall see. Seems to be a little bit slower moving group than some of the last few we've had. Genie is from Colorado, I believe Durango. She also trains dogs and is a very, very good trainer. Through the first obstacle, into the box. Out of the box, past the other score point, and approaching the weave. Not staying together super well, but they're certainly moving at a pace that makes them very handleable. Easily into the weave. Genie probably wishes they were going a little faster, but the reality is she'll probably get a very good time because they're moving consistently and staying together. She needs to hurry a little bit now. I don't know what she's waiting on. There we go. She's got to keep him a little. There we go. Now she's got to go on the come by. Which she does. Oops, a little more come by, Genie. There you go. Now walk, 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 walk. Jeff's got them lined up well to go through there. Go around the barrel, rather. Around the second barrel, headed for the, we'll call this a box obstacle. Ooh, and they're headed right for it. See, Jeannie's keeping her dog out nicely, and they're just moving slowly and smoothly off. She's going to have a complete run, and I suspect a fairly good time. She's all done. Let's see what her time was.
That was Genie Allen with They for a time of 4:02 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jeff Myers with Jean. On deck, we have Billy Richardson with Jim. In the hole, we have Tim Nas with Lil.
Well, Jeannie had a pretty good time, actually. Temporarily, at least, puts her in, what, fourth place? 1, 2, 3, 4, yep, fourth place right now. I have a sneaking suspicion that that won't stand in fourth place, but it was a nice run. Very nice run. So coming into the ring now is Jeff Myers and his dog Jean. Jeff comes from Hayden, Colorado. He and his wife put on a really nice trial in Steamboat Springs every September rather. I guess that's almost fall. Jean is certainly ready to go. This group is quite a contrast to the last group. They're certainly trotting right toward that exhaust gate. But they've scored on the first obstacle. Oops. Uh-oh. That's going to be a problem. Jeff's got to bring that one. Jeff did not score that third one on the obstacle. I don't know why. He didn't have to bring them all back, but he is bringing them all back. And he's got to take them out this side here closest to us, and then back in that side and through out on the other side to score. There we go. Now he's ready. He's lined up to do this one again. Let's see if he can get this third one to cooperate this time. Ooh, his dog didn't take his command. There he goes. They're in the handler box now, and it's just a matter of them coming out the right way, and they all did. Not now they all have. Now they scored on the next obstacle. That's mostly an obstacle to make the scores come up the same as they did as we had yesterday. He's got a leader. Take him right into that. Better hurry or he's going to go by. Got him in. Good for him. Guys really like that obstacle, but it's not what they're supposed to be doing. This is sort of the nightmare scenario for a handler. 3 groups of 1. One of them just waiting up there for the other 2. And when he turns them toward that exhaust chute, they start, or the exhaust alley, they start running. Now he's got it. He's going to go clockwise around that barrel. What are you doing? Now the barrels, I mean, it looks, we're making it a figure 8 around the barrels, but it's not a single obstacle. It's 2 obstacles. So it doesn't matter where they go now, as long as he can get them back and put them in a counterclockwise direction around the far barrel. The entry line being the one going straight across from us, and the score line going up towards the crowd there that seems surprisingly to me not to be bothering the cattle at all. And they see that obstacle. No, Jeff, let him do it. This obstacle has been put, not intentionally, entirely anyway, in the perfect line of where they want to go. So he's now scored on those obstacles. He's got 1 obstacle left. He would have had a spectacular, well, assuming he gets this reasonably fast, he would have a great time if he hadn't had that trouble on the handler box obstacle. Three black baldies. So my conclusion is that's not necessarily a good thing. Thank you. All right, here Jeff's having a little trouble getting them back together. Oh, that one just is, one has a mind of its own. Oop.
Run pretty soon. After watching that show in there, when do I run?
1, 2, 3.
Jeff.
Well, Jeff's having some trouble keeping them together and getting them aimed properly at that final obstacle. That's a shame, and right now they're huddled by the exhaust gate, which is where they would really like to go. There we go. Jeff can help turn him a little bit. Get his dog out where it belongs. Ooh, 2 out of 3. Maybe he can get that third one working. Get the third one.
That was Jeff Myers with Jean for a score of 230 and a time of 7:40. Next up, we have Billy Richardson with Jim. On deck, we have Tim Nas with Lil. And in the hole, we have Kent Herble with Dodge.
Okay, here we've got Billy Richardson and his dog Jim. Cattle are heading right to that box obstacle. So following this class this afternoon is the intermediate class. That's a class that the National Cattle Dog Association created for basically for beginning handlers. In the open and nursery classes, basically it's the dogs that are awarded points, and if the dog qualifies point-wise to go in the national finals, any handler may run them. However, in the intermediate class, it's a team that has to score together, and if they're going to go to the finals, they have to compete together. Also, once an intermediate handler runs in an open class, they're no longer eligible for the intermediate class. And one big difference is that frequently in intermediate classes, the handlers are allowed to go with their dogs, usually with a reduction in points. That'll be the case today. We'll allow the intermediate handlers to go with their dogs, and instead of earning 10 points per head, once they start helping, they'll earn only 5 points per head. Although I'm not right sure at the moment how we're going to change the course for the intermediate, but we will. Billy is having a pretty good start to this run. Actually, I would say a very good start. She's got one black one, one baldy, and one red one, so. And first barrel score is finished. Oh, the cattle are actually helping a bit with that second barrel. If there weren't such a draw to that back fence, they probably would just stay along the fence up there, and the dog would have to work to pull them off. But we're having good fortune right now that the cattle pull themselves off. Now we've got one that wants to go back all by itself. Billy's going to have to get Jim to bring it back with the group. There we go. She's got them together and she's bringing them back. Now, once an obstacle's completed, it's basically invisible as far as the cattle are concerned. So the fact that they went through that weave a second time doesn't matter a bit. Now she's got them. Ooh. Now she's got them in the barrel box. Now they're coming out, and they will score. And they, again, see this box obstacle very nicely. She's down to her final obstacle. There she goes. She got them loaded nicely, didn't she? And let's see here. They're all out. Let's see what her time is.
That was Billy Richardson with Jim for a time of 450 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Tim Nas with Lil. On deck, we have Kent Herble with Dodge. And in the hole, we have Kathy Sumaki with Rook.
Who? Oh.
Better, hey? Yeah, so he bit the cow in the nose. He did okay to figure that.
Okay, here in the excuse me, here in the ring we have Tim Nas and his dog Will. Tim won this yesterday, not with Will, but with his other dog. Had a spectacular run. So let's see how Will does. She's off, cattle are out. Oops. I think we're okay. Now he's got to get him to enter the box from this other, from the side nearest us here. Got him positioned to do just that. They're out of the box through that other little obstacle, headed to the weave. Decided to stop and look at the dog right at this point. There, they're thinking about moving again. Got him just where he wants him. Got to get the dog where he wants her. There they go. Into the weave. Out of the weave. Now they got to come across here. This is proving the barrels are not surprisingly proving to be fairly demanding obstacles. It's all the dog. The draw doesn't help particularly, except maybe between the barrels and the handlers in the handler box. So the dog's got to do it all. Ooh, that one went the wrong way. Now he's got it. That was fast. A really good save. He's quite concerned apparently about them running down the arena, and see if that strategy pays off. They really cooperated with him then. He's doing it about as well as you can do it, keeping the dog off. Cattle are going right where he wants them to go. He's just got to push him back around that barrel. Around the barrel, off to the box obstacle. I think just turn him and push him in there. Oh, I think he's got him. He certainly has him seeing it. There they go. Ooh, what a shame. Oh, he's got one that just plain doesn't want to go in. Oh no. Now he's got to get them all back out. Maybe not. Maybe the judge's not making him take them all out. Maybe the judge decided it wasn't all the way in. All the scoring is on tails.
That was Tim Naws with Lil, with a score of 240 and a time of 5:30. Up next, we have Kent Herble with Dodge. On deck, we have Kathy Sumaki with Rook. And in the hole, we have Jeff Myers with Tate.
Okay, we have Kent Herble coming into the arena with his dog Dodge. Kent Herble is another trainer of dogs. He travels full-time all across the country doing clinics. He's one of the best-known handlers and trainers in the country. Comes to very few trials to trial, but he does come to Denver because he's been, I think this, he told me, is his 30th year coming to Denver. He and his wife Lori travel the country doing dog clinics and are extremely nice people. Ooh, calf slipped. We're very happy. This is the first time we've ever had the cattle dog trial at the first weekend of the stock show. And normally we have the arena made of used bedding, straw and such. And this year we were first, so they put down a new material for us, which is basically ground up trees. And it turns out it's giving us much better footing than we usually have, so we're very happy with that. Underneath this is mostly concrete, but with some fairly wide strips of bricks. And when it's cold, bricks are very slippery. So this is very nice to have something that the cattle don't easily move around. Uh-oh. Good job of Kent handling that, getting him through the weave. Because the cattle are kept on one side and both our entrance and exhaust gates are on the same side, we built an alley up the far side there so that we can set the cattle out in the corner opposite the side of the exhaust. And as a consequence, in order to support that, we need some panels coming into the arena, and so that's why we build the weave over there. Coming to the first barrel. Got a little black one that seems happy to lead. Oops. But not necessarily happy to go where Ken wants it to go. First barrel scored. This group seems to be a little less heavy to the exhaust, which may make this, ooh, he's pushing him on the wrong side of the barrel if he's not careful. There he goes. Perfect positioning. One thing that can make this portion a little more difficult, and the reason they seem to be entering the weave so easily going the wrong way, is that yesterday, that is the way they entered the weave coming off that barrel. And some of them seem to still want to do that. We reversed the course today, so we're running in the opposite direction, basically. But cattle have good memories, apparently. There they go, through the box obstacle. Let's see how Kent handles this thing. Oh, they're maybe setting themselves up perfectly. He may have a super fast run. I thought he was going to have a super, still have a very fast run if he can just bend these around in there. He's got one that'll pull him in. 3. Now this one will go, no problem. You watch. There they go. All right, Kent's going to be in the top group with that run. And there they go.
That was Kent Herble with Dodge for a time of 5:04 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Kathy Sumaki with Rook. On deck, we have Jeff Myers with Tate. And in the hole, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori.
Kathy Sumaraki and Rock. Is that Rock or Rook? It's Rook, excuse me. Here come cows. They see the obstacle and through they go. When we started this morning, we had a different obstacle there for the first go and decided it was too difficult. The first handler couldn't get through it, and we may have erred on the side of making it too easy now. But I'd say if you're going to make a mistake, make it making it too easy, not too hard. The handlers are doing a good job of getting this course done, although it requires dog work and time. Okay, I sort of lost track of things here. I had a phone call I needed to take. Ooh, from a handler with a question. Right now it looks like Kathy is in really good shape. Got them lined up perfectly. As long as that black one doesn't do what I was afraid it was going to do. There they go. This is going to be a nice time, I think.
That was Kathy Sumaki with Rook for a time of 4:30 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jeff Myers with Tate. On deck, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. And in the hole, we have Genie Allen with Jock.
All right, we got Jeff Myers back with his second dog. This one's name is Tate. Jeff had little problems with his first dog, couldn't quite get him all in that final obstacle. Let's see how Tate can do. There goes Tate. There come the cattle. Oops. Had the dog a little too tight on him back there, forced one of them out of the obstacle, or forced one to go around the obstacle. One of the things that you want to try to avoid when your handler is making the cattle run around in circles around an obstacle. For reasons that I don't understand, it tends to get them supercharged and harder to control. They took them back through the obstacle. There's no points for going the wrong way through the obstacle. There's also no penalties for going the wrong way through the obstacle. Now he's got it. That's too bad. See what he's going to do. Looks like he's decided to go on in spite of dropping the 10 points there. We'll see if I'm right about that. Now it doesn't look like I'm right about that. Nope. Looks like he's coming back to try to finish this obstacle. Again, the fact that there have been a majority of the handlers with full scores, it really doesn't make a lot of sense to be content to not get a full score. Now, one thing to be said, however, is a lot of times good handlers who have a bad draw, a difficult draw, will just go ahead and work their dog for the experience of the dog, not particularly focused on the winning or losing. One neat thing about cattle dog trialing is that although we do keep scores so that we have rankings of handlers and dogs, the real competition is the handler and the dog against the cows and the course. And there, he's finally got it. And sometimes the runs that feel the best, you don't win. It's just a matter that you take a draw that's difficult and you get the job done. It feels awful good. Coming up now to the weave. Through the weave. Now he's got him on the wrong side of this barrel. Let's see if he can fix that. Yep, looks like he can. Now we'll come by and he'll get him turned in where he wants him. Ooh, better go away. Yep, come by. The box obstacle actually makes this first barrel, can make this first barrel a little more difficult by getting in the way. I think it did just then. It cost Tate had a tough time working around that and keeping the cattle where he wanted them. There he goes. First barrel done. Who's got him well positioned to do that second barrel? Whoops. Again, yesterday they went that way into the weave, and that's what some of them would like to do today. There, he's got him. He's got two of them in the, sent the dog the wrong way. Corrected it quickly though. And he's got the blue barrel. Back through the box. Let's see if Tate and Jeff can get these guys in that obstacle. Oh, that one didn't want to go, and it pulled the second one out with him. I think it looks like Jeff's going to mix them all back together and start over. Here they come. Slow them down a bit, turn them around, get your dog a little wider. Now he's got him in the wrong way. That doesn't count. He's got to get him completely out. Now turn him around and put him back in. Jeff, get behind the handler's line. Okay, and Jeff and Tate are out of time.
That was Jeff Myers with Tate for a score of 210 and a time of 8 minutes. Next up, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. On deck, we have Genie Allen with Jock. And in the hole, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger.
Okay, here comes Michelle Castelline and who's her dog? Lori. And in a few moments after she runs, Michelle's actually going to be taking over here. You'll probably enjoy listening to her way more than I. Looks like she's got two black cattle and a red one in there in the alley coming up. We people who are doing all the set out and opening the exhaust gates and things like that are all volunteers at the National Western. Every year we just get an incredible bunch of volunteers that come to help us. I think they enjoy working with the cattle, and they sure make this possible. Through the box, through the handler's box, and through the other around the other obstacle, getting ready to hit the weave. If she can keep this pace up, she's going to have a heck of a run. Except the cattle seem like they want to hang out in that corner. I don't think they can see anything there. The reason those plastic tarps are on those panels is precisely to keep the cattle from seeing the other cattle who are back there. Oh, she's got a red calf that doesn't want to play. Doesn't want to stay with the other ones. Look at that black calf on the other side. Just walked in to join the other one. Now if she can get this guy to see them. Come by. There, look at that. Those other two pulled that red one right in. So she's going to get the weave. Headed this way to do the green barrel. Oops. Got the green barrel. Nope, a little too soon on that away because they now have gone the wrong way into the barrel box over there. No. Michelle just asked the judge if she was clear, and what she meant by that is if she had gotten them out of the blue barrel box so that she could turn them around and go back and score. I guess a little depth perception problem there, which is tough in these trials. And she thought she had them on the other side, and the red one was not. And again, they're happy to go into the weave the wrong way. Come on. Now she's got them where she wants them. Bring them here and turn them toward this box obstacle. And they see it already. They're perfect. Oops. Yep. Uh-oh. Red guy's going to cause problems. Now she's off to the final obstacle, and they're looking at it. Might have been possible if her dog, I don't know that her dog was fast enough. What I was going to think is if she'd have sent the dog away, it might have been able to stop them. But they were in a pretty big hurry, and I'm not sure the dog would have been fast enough to get there. Might just have made it worse. There she goes. Going to have another complete score. What the handlers do is they help exhaust the cattle.
That was Michelle Castelline with Lori for a time of 5:10 and a score of 2:40. Next up, we have Genie Allen with Jock. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger. And then in the hole, we have Kent Herble with Sage.
As I was saying, after they exit that final obstacle, the run's officially over. But we asked the handlers to help bring the cattle back to the exhaust gate, and that's what Michelle was doing. Next up, Genie Allen and Jock. Again, this is Genie's second dog. How did she do the first time? She had a 4:03, which I think currently has her in 4th place. So I know she's anxious to do better than that. Let's see how she does. Again, it's the top 20 dogs from today and yesterday. It'll be in the finals tomorrow. Tomorrow is a 3-trial day, basically. We run the intermediates in the morning. Then in the middle of the day, we run the open final. And at the end of the day, we run the nursery class. So we'll be running, 20, 40, about 58 runs tomorrow.
Does anybody happen to have a lighter that we could borrow for a second?
No, neither are mine. Do you have the little hand warmers?
I do, but I can't use them.
I'm going to go drop her off and I'll be
Well, hurry up.
My God.
I'm almost a corpse here.
Hurry in there and it didn't work out.
Sometimes hurrying in there is not a good idea. Don't you wish the sun would hurry up and get here? They thought about putting us on the other side of the building this year. It would have been actually a bigger arena, but it didn't work out. They needed the space. They had more cattle coming than they thought. Okay, who have we got here? We've got Genie Allen back for her second dog. She's out this time with Jock. And Jock's trying to at least beat her other dog, which did it in 4 minutes and 3 seconds. It's off to a good start. It's a beautiful day today in Denver. There's very little wind, clear blue sky. Unfortunately, the sun is not yet shining on our stand here, so it's still cold. That looked easy, right into the weave. Notice that Genie's keeping her dog a good ways off of these cattle. One of the things that you've seen in some of the earlier runs is a lot of these calves, if you put too much pressure on them, have the dog too close, too aggressive, they get kind of wound up. This group is just moving off the dog nicely without the dog having to put too much pressure on her. Just got to bring them over here now to this green barrel. And there she's got the green barrel, no problem at all. I don't think she would mind if they moved at a sort of trottier pace, as long as they're going in the right direction, but they weren't going in the right direction. Their leader was taking them away from where Genie wanted them to go. Uh-oh. The little black calf seems to want to go off by itself. And the red one wants to go in the... This is another, looks like a case of 3 groups of 1. You got one of them just standing there, one of them wanting to go into the weave, and one of them to go back to the exhaust. So, but Genie's done a great job of getting them back together. I guess Jock has done the getting them back together. Genie's just given the directions. And she's into the barrel box, and she has scored off to the bottom. Don't push him out, Genie. That was a little bit of a handler error. She put too much pressure on that first calf, and he happily went outside the obstacle. Now she's got him back where she wants him. Sends the dog nice and wide, and there they go. She had them lined up perfectly just then. But that one decided, nope, I don't want to go in that obstacle. The cattle can't see through that obstacle, so that's sometimes challenging. Looks like a solid fence over there. And there we go, completed run, and I'm going to turn you over to Michelle.
That was Miss Genie Allen with Jock, with a time of 5:56 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger. On deck, we have Kent Herble with Sage, and in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Sadie.
Hello? Okay. Bob had to go get ready to run, so I am going to take over. Looks like she is going to start over. She didn't get the fetch panel of all three. All right, now she can start over. And these cows been pretty good today. As long as the dog is staying off of them, they're staying together. Made it past the third, very nice and slow. A little bit of pace. You can need that going into the next obstacle. There. Go too fast and they'll miss that hole. And she is having a hard time keeping these guys together, which makes it hard when you're trying to hit a hole. And there we go. Now get them facing all the same direction. Very nice, clean bite on that. Just a little bit of a nip and backed off. Didn't get anybody too riled up. Dog made its point. The calf on this one is definitely not scared of the handler. Causing a problem when she's trying to be helping her dog. If the calf doesn't care that she's standing there, her dog is getting no help. But the handler is sure trying to make it easier on the dog. Oh, that first barrel, very nice. Now you got to cut off to get around the barrel. And from your guys' side, it'd be on the right-hand side. The handler's doing really good about getting everybody together before they get moving again. Because these calves are just not wanting to stay together. So she is doing her best to get the dog to get everybody together, and then she moves them. And they've realized that the exhaust is here in the corner, so they're going to keep on trying to go back to the exhaust. Another good, clean move on that dog's part. And she's still trying to get everybody back to that blue barrel is where she needs to go. Oh, that time the dog did hold on a little too much. But the dog bounced up and off they go. Sometimes it's hard for a dog to get around an obstacle to cut the cows off. So the dog, instead of going underneath the panel, it has to go all the way around the obstacle. In and out of that obstacle. So the next obstacle is this broken U again. And we've gotten 2 calves to go through. And she can go on if she would like. If she'd like to take just the 2 and just move on, she's more than welcome to. Well, it does look like her time is up. And for our next handler,
one below to kind of redo it, or just cross out what we did?
Sarah Jo Gom and JC Digger will be getting a rerun in a few dogs. So next up we have Kent Herble and Sage. On deck we have Becky Combs with Sadie. And then in the hole we have Delane Packard with J.R. Yeti.
All right, the cows come out. Nice little trotting. Stop to watch the dog. If you just joined us, the first obstacle will be this broken U. It's the fetch. And the next obstacle is go inside the box. And then exit the box. And this dog's got everything calm. Just walk in. Oh, and a little nice little hurry up bite. There's the third obstacle. And this might be wrong in on your screen. This here is Kent with Sage. I do believe. So they're going to work on getting that fixed. He's on the fourth obstacle, just trying to get him through, facing that little hole to go through. We got the red one that's entering, so hopefully everybody else will follow. Once again, slower sometimes is better. Now we're going to come on down to this green barrel. They do have to enter, just like that. Enter this side. Very well done. And in between the barrels. Kent's doing a very good job of lying his dog down so the dog isn't crowding them. Too much pressure and these cows are breaking up, so he's doing a really good job of keeping his dog off so that the cows do stay together. In between the barrels again, and then through the broken U. Very nice. Now the next obstacle is through the weave in the center. The handler cannot leave the box that he is in, so he can't leave any of those barrels, so the dog has to play both sides. You can wave your hands, you can yell, you can do whatever you want to get the cows to go that direction, but you cannot leave that box. And then once the cows go in, they'll go weaving through, and then once they exit this weave, then the time stops.
That was Kent Herble with Sage, with a time of 3:59 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Becky Combs with Sadie. And on deck, we have Delane Packard with J.R. Yeti.
Becky is up with Sadie. Slow and steady. All handlers like to see that when they come out, is just slow and steady. Make contact. Through the first obstacle, very pretty. Sadie wants everybody to be gathered up before exiting the second obstacle. Third obstacle, they just have to go between the panels and the fence. Keeping them quiet. Oh. Oh, you can't really hear Becky. She talks really, really slow, but she's trying to keep Sadie off of them. She watched a couple of the other runs when they were up close. The cows separate, so Becky's been asking her to back off just a little bit. Making sure they clear that green barrel. Try to head them off before they get going into that corner, which is not the spot you want them to be. They know just on the other side of that black tarp is where their buddies are at, so you always try to keep them off of that wall. Oh, got too close in on them. Kind of got them scattered. She got in between the red and the black one and caused a confusion with them. What we're working on now is going on the other side of the barrel. The blue barrel is where we're trying to head to next. And those black cows just want to keep going back into that weave. The dog is doing a really good job of keeping off of there. Just Becky told her to back off so that the dog didn't get injured. Get everybody settled back down. Group back up and off they go. There was confusion for the dog just because the dog couldn't get to the cows because of the panels. So that one's always a confusing spot. The dog doesn't know if to go underneath or go all the way around. So now they're in a spot that you just do not want them to be just because of the confusion there. You can see their buddies. There we go. Now we got him going again. Once again, all she has to do is just go on the other side of the barrel. So she just wants to keep him up the fence line. Then she'll turn him around in between the green and blue barrel. And then back through. What I'm referring to is the U-shape, U-broken. Gather everybody. Head them off and then try to get him back. Oh, we got 2 of them in there. Hopefully they'll stay in there. She can pull that red one around. Now that that red one went on the entered on the wrong side, she has to pull them back out, clear everybody, and then she can turn them around and enter them back and go back in. And they're all clear. All she has to do. And Becky can walk up, but she can't go past the blue and green barrels right there, so she has to stay on that side. And there she goes. She got them in, and all she has to do is walk them through. The time will stop once the last calf exits, and time.
That was Becky Combs with Sadie for a time of 5:54 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Delane Packard with J.R. Yeti. And on deck, we have Jeff Mundorf with Mick. Okay. And then in the hole, we have Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage.
All right, and another one, the 3 cows came out. They were walking real good, and then they stopped to look at the dog. Oh, we're going to go ahead and call this the red calf in the back is lame. We are going to sort this red calf out so that we can put it in a pen of its own to watch it. All right, these guys, let's try this again. They're going to come out all together. Keep walking. They're not going to stop. And oh, the one stops to look at him. There we go. Nice recovery on the dog. Got around so that they would hit the fetch panels. Very nice. The red one's just coming in a little slow. Hopefully he'll stay with his buddies as this goes on. Got them moving together. This dog is very, very quick. The handler has to get a good, tell her what to do and then stop immediately because the dog is just very quick. We're having a hard time getting them to settle down once they get into that opening. Does look like one is in, and oh, there goes two in. The hard part now is to get this one out of the corner without getting anybody else worked up. We can get him to get in. There we go. And we're all back together. We want to be on this side of the barrel, so what he has to do is bring them through, daylight them right there, so they've all cleared the line. So he just has to turn them around and go back down the fence line. Dog's getting a little excited. Nicely handled. Very smooth. There we are. Okay, now we're on this side of the barrels. Good position. Overflank that one. But a good recovery. Tight handle on this dog. The handler knows overflanks a little bit, and too fast isn't good with these cattle. So the handler's really reading his cattle. He knows how to handle the dog and the cattle to make everything stay calm. Nice catch. Good flank in. Oh, these very good catch. There it is.
That was Delane Packard with J.R. Yeti with a score of 240 and a time of 4:53. Up next, we have Jeff Mundorf with Mick. On deck, we have Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. And in the hole, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Diggard again.
This is Jeff's second dog of the day. His first dog had a really nice run. Not a very good start. The dog didn't do a very good outrun, so the dog was going straight to the cattle, which would cause the cattle just to stop. Nice recovery on that. Little nip to let the cows know that this is a time trial, so we need to pick up the speed. Another handler that knows that this dog could get in and maybe cause some problems, so he's having him do something and then lying him down so that keeps everybody calm. This also might be a young dog, I'm not sure. So the younger dogs, you have to watch a little bit more. We're working on the fourth obstacle, which is the weave on the wall side. He's over flanking just a little bit, which is confusing the cattle. And now we've got it. Everybody looks through the hole, and they have entered. Oh, that black one. One. There's always one in a party. Now, unfortunately, the dog has gotten a little too tight on this cow, which has made this calf, which has made it a little upset. So now he's not wanting to play nice. Handler's trying to get him just to lie down so the calf will walk away. Everybody's back together, so we can get the other ones turned around back in the hole. We'll be good. The bad part right now is those other two calves are just standing in the entryway, so it's hard for that one calf when he does start going that direction. He can't find the hole because the other two are just standing there. He's going to do the same thing. He's going to get the calf out of the corner, and then he's going to have his dog lie down, let the calf walk away. are. Now we got everybody out of the hole, so we can turn everybody back around and hopefully get everybody back into the hole. This dog has not given up on the handler. This dog is listening to the handler. A lot of younger dogs would just have given up, come in too close, biting, blowing everything up. And this dog is listening. It's had its few moments, but it is listening. The cows are just having a confusion on which direction they need to go. There it is. Jeff knows this dog very well, it looks like. He knows how to read the cattle. He knows where to put the dog, how to control it. And then this group of calves as well does not care if Jeff is standing there or not. He was just going to go around him. So the handler wants to help the dog. Just sometimes the calves don't care if the handler's there or not, just run him over. So it's difficult for the dog. There we are. Now we're going to get everybody gathered back up. These calves are making it difficult for the dog, not staying together. The dog's starting to get a little tired, so he's getting close.
Time. $121.50. That was Jeff Mundorf with Mick for a score of 150 and a time of 8 minutes. Up next, we have Chance Horrocks with KJV Sage. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger for a rerun. And in the hole, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks.
Called for his cattle. Gate is open. Everybody's going to come out. Walking together. Nice outrun on that dog. The cows didn't even see him coming. Through the first obstacle, fetch panels. Yesterday, this dog took second. Third obstacle, not a problem, very smooth. Very, very smooth. Keeping everybody together. Dog staying off of them. Putting a little pressure on him to get him to bend around this barrel, the blue barrel. Oh, we got nice recovery on that. Very smooth. Put a little pressure on them to make sure that they get all the way through this obstacle. Stays off. Nice bend into the final obstacle. Very nice. Everybody stayed calm, kept the flow going.
That was Chance Horks with KJB Sage for a time of 2:58 and a score of 2:40. Next up, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger for a rerun. On deck, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks, and in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas.
And this is our rerun from earlier. And dog is sent. Very, very wide outrun. Nice fetch. First set of panels. Getting the dog flanked around. Very good catch on that. Have to go between the blue and the green barrel first on this side, and then exit between the blue and green barrel. Enter the box and exit the box. Third obstacle is just between the panels and the fence. Slow and steady. Don't get anybody worked up. Now we're going to stop and look at the panel before entering, and all three of them enter. This course is 8 minutes. The calves are all starting to head their own direction, so the dog had to play both sides to get them back together. A little tight on that side. Nice catch on that. Stop the lead cow on that one, so everybody will get turned around. Well, this dog is working very hard at getting everybody to move and staying together. These kettles are working a lot better if the dog stays off of them. Like I said, these three just do not want to stay together, so this dog is working really hard on getting them all to stay together. Oh. Oh. And that red one was entered on, there we go. Now we've entered on the wrong side, the red one, so everybody has to exit that corner and then reload. And it does look like everybody is clear, so she's going to start over. Now the judge can talk to the handler in the ring to let her know that she's cleared, she's not cleared, she needs to redo that obstacle, which makes it nice because when you're standing at the post, sometimes you can't see all the way at the end. Some calves sneak by you, so it's really nice that the judge can let you know. I'm not sure of the temperature right now, but it is cold when you're sitting or standing in the shade, but once you get into the sun, it is a little bit warmer. There's been a lot of people that have come and watched 4 or 5 dogs, and then you can see them walking off, and another group will come and watch a handful of dogs and then walk off. So it's been steady with the spectators. And everybody rushes through. You know, we've learned from the past, the calves do not respect the handler. They don't care if they're standing there or not. They'll just run over you or through you, which makes it hard on the dog because it likes a little bit of help, but the handler can't give it even though they're trying real hard to. Getting everybody gathered back together. This little dog has worked really hard on keeping everybody together and keeping everything calm. There we go. Letting everybody know that this is a time trial, so speed it up.
That was Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger on a rerun with a time of 6:31 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas. And in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zing.
This is Jordan's second run of the day. Jordan's first dog had struggled with the fetch panels in the beginning, but it does look like he hit them with this dog. Very nice. Good recovery on that. And one calf wanted to go sneak on the outside, but the dog got in there and got him turned around. You always hate to say at the beginning of the trial, this dog's doing really well, because you don't want to jinx anything. Yesterday, this dog did take 12th. He's struggling a little bit to keep everybody moving. Of course, now I said something, and now the flow slowed down, which, as long as he keeps everybody calm and together, he can just pick it right up. Which is exactly what he does. Head him off here. He wants to come over to this green barrel. In between the barrel and the fence line is where he wants to enter, and then he'll exit. Just like the last calves, these guys just really don't want to stay together. They're not really causing a problem, but they just don't want to stay together. They all have their mind on which direction they want to go. I'm just trying to get, well, got one calf turned around, and he's got to go get the other one. Next obstacle he has to do is this blue barrel. And as we're sitting, he has to go to the right side of this barrel. And then, but now they just want to go back through that obstacle. Dog did a very nice, clean bite, a little nip there just to let the calf know that he needed to get out of there. The judge has been really good about the little nips are okay. The grabbing and holding and swinging, she will give you a warning, and then after that, you are called off. So judge has been really good about that. All the dogs today have been respectful of the cattle. Last obstacle is this weave in the, and the handler cannot leave the box. So the handler has to stay in its little corner. This one calf just won't turn around and look. There it goes. Now it's going with his buddies. Nice run.
That was Jordan Markowski with Hendricks with a score of 240 and a time of 5:13. Up next, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zing, and in the hole, we have John Holman with Moon.
This is Mike's second dog of the day. Let me double check. Yeah, Mike ran another dog. Did really well with this dog. His first dog, so we'll see how he does with his second. Does a nice recovery. The calves are starting to come across over this too much. The dog took a really nice flank and stopped him. Mike steps back in the corner to let the calves go around that blue barrel. Following this, we will run the intermediate class. Sure, we'll take a break. I just not sure how long, but we will take a break. 30 minutes. So after the last dog runs, Bob Wagner will run, and then we'll take a 30-minute break and start up with the intermediate class. Mike is trying to get onto the next obstacle. He's trying to keep his dog off, not to get into much with the calves. They have a tendency to blow up, get a little upset. So Mike played it very nice, keeping his dog moving in the back, but not getting in on the calves. Tomorrow, the top 20 dogs will run. I do believe it's the top 20 dogs will run tomorrow in the finals. And that'll be tomorrow. Also running tomorrow will be the nursery. Very nice move. Once again, Mike's keeping this dog off. Little sharp flanks here and there, but making sure that the dog does stay off. These cows are moving really nice. Oh, unfortunately, we got a little bit of a bite in there. Not too bad. It was a grip and a let go. Just letting the calves know that this is a timed event, so they should hurry up. I really thought that after watching the last couple handlers, the dog's biting is blowing these calves up, but not this one. This one was a nice, good, clean. Just a reminder, we're at a time event. Calf tried making a sharp turn and fell down. Line into the next obstacle was perfect. This was a very nice run. Ooh. And through the obstacle.
That was Mike Thompson with Dallas for a time of 3:49 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Jan Wagner with Zing. On deck, we have John Holman with Moon. And in the hole, we have Tim Nas with Harvey.
All right, she had to lie her dog down. The dog was going straight at the calves, which wasn't really going to work out to get the first fetch, but she corrected it, got the dog moved around. Calves went through the fetch very nice. As the day goes on, these handlers are watching run after run after run and learning keep your dog off, slow walk up, keep everybody together. So I do believe that this is what Jan is trying to do, is keep everybody off. Nice slow walk into this obstacle. We got one calf that is going to just go off by itself and leave the other two just to stand in there. Jen is staying very, very calm. Keeping her voice down. So she doesn't get her dog worked up. The dog got a little too close. Actually, calves got a little worked up, but she backed her dog off, got everybody slowed back down. We're working on the 5th obstacle. We got to go around the green barrel here. Kind of do a little figure eighting around this green and blue barrel at the end. They have 8 minutes to finish. So as long as she can get these other 2 calves to go around the green barrel and follow that calf, she can continue on. If that lead calf would have came back around and mixed with the other, she would have had to start over, but it just worked out in her favor. Everybody just following everybody. If they can keep them in a straight line like this is ideal right here. She needs to go around the blue barrel. Don't want the calf to go back into that obstacle. Calves have been hanging up there in that obstacle, and it's pretty hard to get them back out and turn around. Gather everybody back up, head towards the blue barrel. And unfortunately now these calves just do not want to stay together. So the dog's working a little bit harder to keep everybody together. Trying to get her dog to get in there before it was not. And now the dog just wants to keep fetching and bringing the calves back to the handler. Unfortunately, she is struggling to get to the next obstacle. And as you can see, again, these calves do not want to stay together. They got two will group up and then one will go off. Zeke is not doing a very good job listening to the handler, unfortunately. Zeke's really trying, I think. And now we're back together. This obstacle is done without a flaw. The calves are liking going through that. And we're tying.
That was Jan Wagner with Zing with a score of 150 and a time of 8 minutes. Up next, we have John Holman with Moon. On deck, we have Tim Nas with Harvey. And to round out our open trials 2, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop.
He calls for his cattle. I was trying to see, but I believe John ran earlier. He did. John did run earlier today. He had a struggling run with his first dog. He did complete it, but he did struggle a little bit. So hopefully he's got better luck with this guy. Looks like it. Fetch went very, very well. This dog placed 14th yesterday out of 30 dogs, so he sat right in the middle pack yesterday. And he's having a good start for today. A little nice heel bite, just once again remind the calves that this is a timed event. And you guys, I can't really see, but this red calf has now gotten stuck inside a little box that they have in there. So that's a little bit of a hang up there, but the dog got taken care of. This dog has got some speed. Around to the blue barrel, little figure 8. Now he's got to, the calves, one went on one side, the two went on one side and one went on the other. So he had to daylight everybody, which he has done. And he just turns everybody around and goes back to the blue barrel, between the blue barrel and the fence. There's a ribbon hanging up there. This is what he has to clear, which he did clear. He's just trying to get everybody turned around and face back the other direction. Which they are trying to get back through that obstacle. This red one is testing the dog's skill, but the dog is blocking it. Being really focused on it. Very nice. And then it comes in between and goes back through the panels, the broken U. The handler's just letting that dog hang back. Everybody's running smoothly. He doesn't want to break anything up. And these calves are respecting the handler. So the calves kind of stopped and watched, see what was going on, which is what he wanted to happen, so that the dog can get in, get caught up, get there, and get everybody turned. The handler cannot leave that box, which makes it very frustrating. And you can do everything you want. Clap your hands, do anything you want just to keep the calves going or staying out of the box, but you cannot leave the box. The dog isn't letting that red calf win at all. He's got good control on it. Now we get the other black one. All three calves on this one have stayed together pretty much. You had that one calf test the dog, but this dog has done really well at keeping everybody together and calm. You just can't get him in this last obstacle. This dog is definitely staying off. Does not want to spook anybody. Which worked. Now, you can see that there is a panel that sticks out there, so the calves are hung up in there, and it's hard for the dog. There we are, flanked him a little bit, and there it is.
That was John Holman with Moon for a time of 5:31 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Tim Nas with Harvey, and on deck, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop.
Tim and Harvey took first yesterday. Nice run with this dog. And Tim, now let me check to make sure. Tim did run earlier. He had a good run with his dog earlier, so we'll see how today brings. Called for the cows. If you ever had a chance to visit with Tim, very nice gentleman. Quiet, speaks very, very quiet to his dogs. Very nice gentleman all around. Now, this dog started going straight at the cattle, but he called his dog back and got it redirected and worked out for him. Nice pace we're at now. Through the third obstacle. As we're watching this and I'm looking around, if you guys are here or planning on being here later this week, if you see anybody with volunteer vest, make sure that you give them a big, big thank you. Also, anybody that is working here through the whole week, please give them a big thank you. They they put up with a lot of different activities, and they always are doing it with a smile. There's some great people that are here, so make sure that you give them a big thank you. I know that on their website also they have a comment section, so if you don't get to say thank you personal to them, please get on there and leave a comment about how the event went. Without them, this could definitely not be possible. Well, it looks like that Harvey is having a hard time getting through this obstacle. These calves are not wanting to look. Here we are. And then, unfortunately, Harvey keeps over flanking and pushing him out. Now this is a little bit of a test, which was really good on the dog. Patience, the calf wouldn't move, so there was a little bit of a warning sign. Calf moved on, dog backed off. Sometimes calves need that. Any calves, cows, they just need a little bit of a reminder on who's in charge. The judge will let that go as long as there's no dragging or biting and twisting or anything of that nature. So you have two more. We've got Tim, who's running now, and then Bob Wagner. And then we are done with the open, and in a half hour after Bob's run, we will do the intermediate. We got one calf in again. Unfortunately, Harley keeps over flanking. There we are. Now we got it all back together. A lot of people are starting to show up to watch. Weather's getting a little bit better. The sun came out. There we are. Trying to speed things up, make up for some time that we missed. The calves do have to go between, there we are, between the green and blue barrels, and then back through these panels here. And then the final obstacle. The handler cannot leave the box, has to stay in this little corner. Nice save. Very nice finish.
That was Tim Nas with Harvey for a score of 240 and a time of 5:30. Last up, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop to round out our open trials of the morning.
Bob Wagner placed 9th yesterday with this dog, and earlier today he had his other dog who had an excellent run.
We will have our nursery handlers meeting at 12:15.
It would not be the nursery. It will be the intermediates that will be running at 12:15. Bob Wagner and Cappy both are the ones that had put this on. And I know Jan was involved and a handful of others. So if you do see them, please thank them. Give them a huge thank you. This is a lot to do for the 4 days. 4 days they put it on. So a huge thank you to them. All of them come out really, really strong. Bob's trying to get his dog flanked around. Oh, he lied him down, regroup. Trying to regroup. Swoop, there we are. Now we got it regrouped. Very nice. Sometimes you just have to lie the dog down, look at everything again, and go. Swoop is not taking command very well. Unfortunately, Bob had to get a deep voice command to let him know that he wasn't paying attention, and now Swoop's back to paying attention, so. And now we've got one calf that doesn't want to be part of the group, which makes it tough. If you've been watching, you've seen a couple of groups that have been like this. Some dogs have taken it really calm and kept them got them back together. Some, unfortunately, just couldn't do it, so. Swoop looks like he's getting it all back together. There we are. Trotting through that obstacle. Making up some time. Swoop's getting ahead of that one. Right down the fence line between the fence and the green barrel. This is a figure 8 obstacle, so you want to go between the green barrel and the blue barrel. I do like the fact they color coordinated it that way. Pretty sure that was not their intent, but it was nice it worked that way. Too close on these calves. Swoop needs to stay back just a little bit to get these calves some time to slow down and breathe. Just a reminder, intermediate will be following. We're going to take a little bit of break, let the judge get down, walk around, all of the hands that have been helping through this long, cold morning. Maybe get something warm to eat. and then come back at 12:15 for the intermediate. Swoop did get them through this obstacle, so now has to get them back through the blue and green barrels at a trot, and then back through the panels. It does look like Swoop did get him stopped. So now what he has to do, that red one went through. So all he has to do is get these two black ones through, and he gets all the points. Last obstacle is this weave, but you don't want to jinx a dog, but the last few handlers that have gotten to this last obstacle have just walked through it. So hopefully I did not just jinx Swoop. Gathering them up. Gonna retry. Now Bob can only go to that green barrel, so he's gonna do everything he can to get him to turn, and it did not work out. Swoop's gonna try to turn him, and he got him turned. They are not slowing down and stopping in front of the opening so that Bob can get them turned to look that there's an opening. Right now they're just not taking the time to slow down. All right, so it looks like Bob trying to slow everything down, get everybody grouped back up. Keep everybody together. Flank the dog. And this dog looks like he just does not have the oomph anymore to get around the calves. We're going to give it a try again.
That was Bob Wagner with Swoop with a time of 8 minutes and a score of 210. We will have our handlers meeting at 12:15 and start our next run of trials shortly after that. So please stick around. Okay. We will have a short break before our handlers meeting in about 20 minutes. We will start shortly after that with our trials. Please stick around. Thank you for joining us today. And welcome to the National Western Stock Show. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the cattle dog or stock dog trials. We are about to start our intermediate run 1, starting off with Leonard Morrow with his dog Gus. On deck, we have Justin Ernest with Goose, and in the hole, we have Katherine Hadley with Nessie.
Welcome. We are now on the intermediate, first dog out. We did get a larger crowd. The weather's getting nicer. So we're going to start out with this dog having a nice outrun. The first obstacle is this fetch panels right here. The dog did a very nice job of keeping its distance and not too much pressure, but the calves did take off running. The second obstacle is they have to enter this corner. Now they have to enter it on this side of the blue barrel. So due to the fact that black one went on the other side, he has to start over, which the dog is doing a good job of bringing him back through. So they have to enter into this corner. And then they will exit between the blue and green barrel. The handler cannot leave that little corner. So that little box that they have him in, they cannot leave that. If they do decide to leave that box and go help their dog with any obstacle at any time, then they are going for half a point instead of full points. So the handler wants to stay in that box there. The next obstacle is a little weave. They made the hole a little bit bigger than the open, so it was easier for the handler to see and easier for the dog to get him through. Very nice. In and out, and then they have to go on around the barrel. And they want to go around the barrel clockwise. And then back through the fetch panels. And then from there, they have another weave. The handler had his dog lie down just so that some pressure was off so the cattle would settle down. Because this next obstacle can be pretty hard for the cows to settle down and see. So you just want your cows very calm. We just walk through this one. The open group had a couple of calves that just kept circling this one. So you just want this one to be very slow, have the calves stop, find the opening, and then they can just walk through. So, and unfortunately, it does look like he's going to have a problem getting them to go through. So he's going to, just like that little black one, that's exactly what he wants the other ones to do. Once again, the handler can help as much or as little as they want. They just cannot leave that box. this one red cow is having a hard time staying with the other ones. He's kind of making his own little path. So if he could just lead the way and have the other ones follow him, that would be good. But the dog is having a hard time getting this red one just to calm down and walk to the obstacle. He's got that one calf that's hanging out, so if he could get all the other calves just to follow that one. Oh, he came out. And sometimes that's the best, if you get one calf that'll just hang out in there. And this handler's going to step up and try to see if he can get the calves to turn in there. And this dog is really, really quick to get the calves to stop and bring them back. Just they're not stopping and slowing down and looking at the hole. And this obstacle, so he is going to go ahead and take that one calf. So you just have to have one calf go through the obstacle to get your points. And it looks like he's just going to take that one calf through and call it. The other ones weren't going to cooperate, so he was just going to take one and move on. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I thought he waved it off, but he did not. I do apologize.
You put under time 7 minutes and then zeros for the rest of the obstacles. So you'd get a score of 180. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was Leonard Morrow with Gus for a score of 180 and time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Justin Ernest with Goose. On deck, we have Katherine Hadley with Nessie, and in the hole, we have David Badley with Hannah.
All right, next one up. Waves for his cattle, so they will open up the gate. The cows are going to come out looking at the crowd, but still moving. So that's what you want. He's having a hard time getting his dog to take a flank. So there, or I'm sorry, the outrun. There he goes. He wants his dog to go all the way around to catch that group and pull them back towards the fesh panels. First obstacle, very nice. Second obstacle is getting them into that little box. You have to enter and exit. The handler can help as much or as less as they would like, as long as they stay within that box. So they cannot leave the box, but they can help at any time. It's like that. And unfortunately, this dog just keeps trying to cut the calves off, so the calves are getting really confused on which direction they should go and what's going on. Made it through. So the next obstacle is to go through the weave, which is on the back side of the wall. The calves are staying together and they are respecting the dog. The handler is going to go ahead and leave the post to go help the dog, which is a good idea because the dog is struggling. And with this younger dog, it's nice to be able to leave and go help so they finish on a positive note. With them leaving and helping their dog, from here on out, all the points are half points. He still gets scored, but they're worth half points. Little red one decided it wanted to go off on his own. The dog kind of put too much pressure on it and causing the calf to go by itself. You want to help your dog at this time, but you also want the dog to do most of the work. So that's why the handler is just kind of walking out there, giving the dog some encouragement, but not doing all the work for the dog. It is very, very stressful for a dog to have a bunch of people around if it's not used to it. New environment, new sounds. The handler's doing a great job being supportive for his dog, and they are finished. Nice run.
That was Justin Ernest with Goose for a time of 4:18 and a score of 150. Next up, we have Katherine Hadley with Nessie. On deck, we have David Badley with Hannah. And in the hole, we have Lily Caulkins with Pooh.
If you're just joining us, we're just trying to get this red calf to go to the exhaust. His buddies went in there, but he did not. So they're just trying to get him. This is the intermediate. Seven obstacles. We are on our third dog. The weather warmed up, so everybody started coming out to watch the intermediate class. All right, she waved for her cattle. She's going to stand back off the barrel a little bit, which is perfectly fine. As long as she stays within the handler's post, she can start anywhere she would like. Calves are working up the alleyway. Come out, walk in, looking around, but they are walking straight. She's going to send her dog. Unfortunately, the dog started going straight, so she had to stop it and project it the other direction. Slow and steady. First obstacle down. Justin, great catch on there. The cattle want to go on this side of the blue barrel, exit on the other side between the blue barrel and the green barrel. A little bit of a nip was just fine, as long as the dogs do not grab a hold and drag or grab a hold and shake. The judge will allow a little bit of a nip just to let them know that this is a speed trial. We need to hurry it up. Another little bite just to remind the calves that this is a speed trial. It's kind of hard for a dog sometimes to have the calves stay on one side of an obstacle because sometimes the clearance from the ground to the panels aren't big enough for the dog to go underneath, so they have to run all the way around the obstacle. I always try to keep it so the dog could go underneath. Having a little bit of trouble now, having them go to the next obstacle, keep moving forward. The dog, as of right now, is doing nothing wrong. The calves are just kind of having a little stop moment and testing the dog. The handler did a nice job about calling the dog off so the dog wouldn't bite and upset the calf. So the handler knew her dog and realized that telling her dog to back off was probably a better idea than biting. The dog just doesn't have much of presence right now. Some dogs, calf will look at and just turn and walk off. And some will just do this. It just does have a nice heel bite. So that's a good thing going for the dog. All right, now they have to go clockwise around the blue barrel. All the calves staying together around that blue barrel. Single file line through the obstacle. Dog just gave a little bit of a nip, just to remind the calves that this is a timed event. Now the handler can help the dog as much or as little as possible as long as they stay within that little box. So the handlers can assist, can be there for him. Oh, just missed the opening. So dog's got to get the good thing is the cows are moving slow. They're not worked up. As long as she got them to stop. So now all she's got to do is just slowly get them to turn and walk through. They just will not stay in a straight line. They're just bobbing and weaving around that. Now she's got two of them facing the right direction, so hopefully they'll line themselves out. And they do, so they go through that weave. She got the dog to stop them. There is a panel in there that kind of blocks the calves, so they have to, it's not just a straight through, it's a little bit of a weave. And that last calf is time.
That was Katherine Hadley with Nessie with a perfect score of 210 and a time of 6:24. Up next, we have David Badley with Hannah. On deck, we have Lily Caulkins with Pooh. And in the hole, we have Janine Jones with Y. Handlers, intermediate handlers, please wave when you are ready for the cattle to enter the arena. Please wave when you are ready for the cattle to enter the arena.
Wait for the cattle. Gate is going to open. Cattle come out. They're just a little on the heavier side. Oh, they straighten themselves out. This dog decided to just go straight at the cattle. Crossed over, which confused the cattle a little, or the calves a little. They were just a little off, more watching the dog than they were anything else. And they unfortunately missed the whole first obstacle. So one calf has to go through the obstacle to get points. So you can have one or more, but you have to at least get one to move on to the next obstacle. She's going to try to get him turned back around. This dog just wants to bring him to the handler. Now the handler can leave like he is doing and assist his dog. He just is now going to be taking half points. So if you do leave the handler's post, you are taking half points. So with the intermediate class, they do give them the option just so that the dog finishes out strong. This is a lot to take in with all of these people around, new environment, a lot of new smells. So it's nice that they allow the handler to leave to go help. These calves are having, there we are. We got back together there for a second. They were just all going in different direction, had a mind of their own, but the dog got them back together. The one thing a handler cannot do is helping, is the handler cannot walk through an obstacle. So the handler can go and help as much as they want, but they cannot walk through an obstacle. So there we are. Now we can go ahead and move on. First obstacle complete, working on the second one. He's not allowed to walk through the obstacle, so the judge just yelled at him and reminded him that he cannot walk through the obstacle. Now we got the calves headed in the right direction. Very nice move getting him through. Sometimes it is just your handler being there with you to build up confidence. Now they have to go around the barrel, so he's going to have to redo that obstacle. Just go around the barrel. He missed that one. He had to at least get one through to pass on. So he's going to have to bring him back down to the blue barrel and go around. The dog and a handler are making progress working as a team, so it's nice to see.
That's time. That was David Badley with Hannah for a score of 60 and a time of 7 minutes. While we take a second to fix this, I want to thank the crowd that's here for coming. Welcome to the National Western Stock Show, Day 2 of the best 16 days in January. This is our intermediate trials. I don't know the rules on it. So this is our beginner and lightly experienced handlers with any dog that they have. So they are able to step out of the handler's box, just to explain a little bit, but we'll get half points on that from there forward, just to explain that. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask any handlers after their run. Please do not ask them during their run.
Any breed of dog can run. Most are border collies.
Any breed of dog can run, but most are border collies. Thank you guys for coming. Up now we have Lily Caulkins with Pooh.
All right. That red one decided to come out way early, but it did not mess up anything. The red one came out and stopped and waited for its buddies to go. So this dog here is very, very speedy and has lots and lots of presence. So this is why the cows are a little worked up right now. So what she needs to do is get everybody together to calm everybody down. Looks like that's exactly what she's doing. And then she's got to come back through the barrel, daylight them, turn them around, and go back through. So that she's definitely daylighted and gone through the obstacles. So, oh, she's just going to redo the whole thing. Look at her go. Oh, they missed this barrel again. Now, one did decide to jump up and turn the calf. The judge is going to go ahead and let that go because the dog did not hang. So the dog was very respectful when it did it. It just jumped up, nipped, and took it. Let go. And the problem with that now is the calves are a little on the wild side. They're a little... If you're not here, and you're not understanding how much we're really enjoying the sun coming out. It's warming up. It's really nice. Earlier this morning it was very, very cold, but we're getting warmer as we go. If you are here, come outside now because it is warmer. She just now finished the first 3 obstacles. She's working on the 4th obstacle, which is that weave at the end. The cattle do have to go through those just like that. Just as I say it, the calves are going to go through it. Very nice. And around the blue barrel clockwise. This dog did get the calves worked up in the beginning, but the handler calmed everybody down, got everybody together, and is now moving forward. Now she did get that one calf did go back out, so she did score 2 points, or sorry, she scored on 2 calves in that obstacle, so she can move on or she can retry everybody. It does look like she is just going to take those points and move on, so she needs to now go on the other side of the blue barrel. It's very frustrating for the dogs and handlers to have that face-off with the calf. At any point in time, the handler can leave the box to go help her dog. She will just be taking half points at the obstacle moving forward. So she's gotten full points for all of the obstacles that the calves have gone through. But if she decides to leave the post and go help with the blue barrel, from the blue barrel on, she will be just taking half points. But she is having trust in her dog that her dog can get everything gathered up. The dog doesn't have the calves worked up, so that's a good thing. This is a bad position for a dog to be in, trying to get calves out of the corner, and that dog did a very nice job of getting in there but not getting kicked. Now we just need to get on the other side of this barrel. She has decided to leave the post to go help her dog around this blue barrel. They're getting to the barrel, they're just not getting on the other side of the barrel. So she has chosen to go and help her dog, which is always a good thing. You don't want your dog to be leaving frustrated. You don't want to leave frustrated. So to end it well, she's just going to go help her dog.
And that is time. That was Lily Caulkins with Pooh for a score of 110 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Janine Jones with Y. On deck, we have Michael Mayer with Scout. And in the hole, we have Mickey Spence with Flow.
I remember right. Flow is this dog. Come on.
Next handler is up. She called for her calves. Center dog, very nice outrun. Stopped her dog there just so that just to see what the calves were planning on doing. Unfortunately, the dog looks like it cut the calves off, and not her plan at all. Up close and personal right here at the stand. Trying to get this one to go back with its buddy so that we can hit the fetch panel. There we are. Now it took to get around them so that they make it through. Little trot. Biggest fear when they get in this corner here, when they get jammed up and you're trying to get your dog to get in there, is if your dog were to get kicked or just ran over. That was a very good stop. Got the calves going in the right direction through the next obstacle. Everybody's still at a nice pace. The dog hasn't gotten anybody worked up. We had a little bit of a mess up on the first obstacle, but everybody's just staying calm. The handler is just being patient with the dog. Now they have to go around this barrel like at ease and then back through the beginning of the fetch panel. So the first obstacle we had, they have to redo that obstacle. So trying to get the dog to get around. The judge just reminded her, and it looked like that she had to go back through the fetch panels. So the handler, I don't think, know that they missed the fetch panels or knew the fetch panels are there. So they have to go back to these, or sorry, I didn't mean to call them the fetch panels. This U, this panel's here. So they're going to go back through, and then she's going to send her dog, and she wants to go back the other direction through them. So the calves are going to come over here and say hello to the very large crowd that we have down here. Say hello, how things are going. And they're just going to go and walk the whole entire pin, say hi to some people, let some people know that they're here, and thank them for being here. The handler could leave at any time to go help her dog. She would just take half a points for the last two obstacles. So right now she's got full points on everything. And if she does decide to leave to go help her dog, she could take half a points on the last two obstacles. They do have 8 minutes to continue this, to finish the obstacle. So it's an 8-minute course. Oh, she got one to turn in. So now she has the option to take this one and move on, or she could retry with all three of them. And it does look like she's going to retry, so that one's just going to turn around and go back through. So now she has to daylight. So once the calves are right there across the line, she just has to get her dog to spin them back around and go back through the obstacle. There she goes. Now she got him. Now that one doesn't want to play. He's going to go back to the crowd and say hello. And the dog's going to say that's not a good idea. So now this is her option. Now she can take the two she has and move on. Or she can retry that obstacle for all points. It does look like that she is going to the final obstacle, so she is just going to take those points and move on. So now she can help the dog as long as she stays within the box. If she steps out of the box, then she gets the half points for this obstacle. So she's going to do what she can to keep her full points, but help her dog at the same time. She did get one to go through, so all she needs to do is get the others to get interest to follow, which does look like they all are just going to follow, except for that red one. So now she can just take these two and be done, or she can start over. So it does look like she's going to start over. So she just wiped the board clean.
That's time.
She will get her points for the two that went through. So that's where she ended. She will get her points. So she's going to gather them. They're going to get the total score together.
That was Janine Jones with Y for a score of 170 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next, we have Michael Mayer with Scout. On deck, we have Mickey Spence with Flow. And in the hole, we have Trevor Caser with April.
Yeah, 14 hours. Do you want to switch? Or do you want to, whatever, you want to end it?
Unfortunately, the wind has picked up here. It was nice for a little bit. Now the wind has picked up. It's starting to chill off, and our crowd is starting to fade away. But those that are still here, we appreciate you guys. The other thing is if you guys see anybody with the volunteer vest on, volunteer coats, please stop them and thank them. Without them, none of this could be possible. Not just down here at the Stock Dog Trials, but also throughout the whole event. Sinford's cows are going to walk straight through this obstacle. Unfortunately, they stopped because the dog was blocking their way and they weren't sure what was going on. So he sent his dog out. Had a nice outrun. Had to encourage the dog to keep on going, but everything turned out very nice through the first one.
Doing good. Yeah, she just went to go check on Lindsay.
And now we are moving through the second obstacle, so they have to get into the box, the handler's box. A little corner that they keep the handler in, and then right back out. The third obstacle is between the panels and the black tarps. Right now, the biggest thing is to keep the calves out of that corner. And she's doing a very nice job at that. So he's going to keep on walking. And the calves are on a nice pace. The dog's staying off of them. Everybody seems to be getting along, which in the last couple of runs has been the biggest challenge right now is keeping the dogs off and then calves just moving off very nicely.
Good afternoon in the yards. Dr. Paige Pratt will be presenting at 3:30 today in the Wagner Auction Arena. We encourage you to come in and listen to Dr. Paige Pratt talk about the importance and input of genomics.
Now, one calf is challenging the dog a little bit, and the dog just let the first two challenges happen, but the third one he said, no, that's not going to happen. So he definitely took charge there. Very respectful. And got back off of him so that everybody stayed calm. No one got worked up. Calves are nicely walking through these obstacles. Handler and dog are doing a nice job. Teamwork is there. Oh, the dog accidentally just pushed that calf away from the opening. It was looking really good, and the dog just went a little too far, but he did recover very nicely, so they have plenty of time to get done with this obstacle, so no rushing on this. Now, as long as the calves are in that corner, the handler can help at any time. There are no points marked against, so he can go and help. As soon as the calves step out of that little box there, the handler cannot assist. So he can wave his hands, he can yell, he can do everything, but he cannot walk out of the box. Nice job, handler, on that. Good save. The dog is happy you got your side done. And it's finished.
That was Michael Mayer with Scout with a full score of 210 with a time of 3:59. Up next, we have Mickey Spence with Flow. On deck, we have Trevor Caser with April. And in the hole, we have Britney Merer with Renegade.
Moving on to our next handler. Called for the calves. She sent her dog. The calves are doing exactly what everybody wants. They're running right up to the fetch panels, which makes it easy and nice for everybody. In the box. To finish off this obstacle, they have to exit the box. It's really nice to sit here and watch the different handlers with their dogs. Some of them are really talkative to their dogs. Some of them use the whistles. Some of them just let the dog do their thing. So it is definitely interesting to watch the different handlers, different dogs, different teams. And unfortunately, the dog was a little confused on what was going on. I don't know if he just couldn't hear the handler, couldn't tune in. I was not too sure, but the dog just would not move for a little bit. And that does happen. A lot of stuff going on. Now, at any time, this handler can leave the little corner that they are in, but they will be getting the half points if they do that. And the calves are slipping around. This would be the second or third calf that has done that during the intermediate, and at no fault to the dog. And dogs go to cut off the calf, and the calf just tries to spin around and slips and falls. So the dogs aren't doing anything. If the judge does feel like the dogs are being a little rough, they'll get one warning. And then after that, they will be disqualified. So that was mentioned in the meeting, that if there's going to be any rough housing, you will be disqualified. So they did make it through the weave obstacle. This is where a lot of the calves have been held up, is right here in this corner. But she got him moved out pretty fast. They had to just go around this barrel, and then they go back through the panels here. Very nice. Full points. Now, she did try to help her dog without stepping outside of the box, so she still gets all of her full points. The dog and cattle being inside, she can help as much as she wants. She wants to make sure that everybody stays calm on this obstacle, because it is one of those obstacles they have to point at. They have to see the opening and go. So the first calf does see it and go. Now, if the other ones would just follow, this would be over and done. So she's trying to get that one calf turned. It does look like they are doing a nice job. So now what she has to do is get this calf. There we are.
That was Mickey Spence with Flo with a full points of 2:10 and a time of 4:27. Next up, we have Trevor Caser with April. On deck, we have Britney Merer with Renegade. And in the hole, we have Sue Grimm with Ike.
All right, looks like we made it through the fetch panels. Now we're in the corner. in the obstacle, out the obstacle. We are making a very smooth run. As I say that, I do apologize. So now they have gotten mixed up with each other. So now he has to take everybody back out and start over. And this last cow has to come all the way out, just like that. Now everybody is clear and clean. And we start at 0 at this obstacle. This handler is doing a very good job of keeping his dog off of the cattle. He just keeps having his dog lie down, and a lot of handlers do that because they know that their dogs can get in too close, calves can scatter, or he knows that his dog has a tendency to grip. So he's really reading the cattle, reading his dog, knowing them. He's doing a very good job of keeping things under control. He does have to bring his dog back to him every now and then just to regroup and start over. Once again, he knows his dog and he knows that that's the best for the obstacle at the time. There we are now. Everybody's back together. Now one calf is going to, everybody just missed it, went around, so he's got to gather everybody up. Now if one calf would have went through, then he could have continued on and taking just the points from that one calf. Or you can retry it, but since nobody made it through, he does have to retry it. I'm going to whip his dog around. There we go. Nice recovery on that. He's going to get him on to the final obstacle. So once again, as long as the calves are in that little box, he can help his dog as much or as little as he wants. Just a little bite, just to let everybody know that this is a time trial. Let's hurry this up. Unfortunately, they blew past the opening, so he's got to start that over. Oh, he got 2 through. So now these are the options he can take. He can take these 2 and call it, or he can retry it. Now, if he starts to retry it, everything goes back to 0. It does look like he's going to retry it, so now his score goes back to 0. So which worked out for him. Very nice run.
That was Trevor Caser with April with a score of 2:10 and a time of 6:10. Next up, we have Britney Merer with Renegade. On deck, we have Sue Grimm with Ike. And in the hole, we have Daren Orens with Finch.
We are now halfway through the intermediate class. And unfortunately, the sun went away and the wind picked up. And now we are working on a different kind of breed. The other breeds have been border collies. This one is a Rot. She calls for her cattle. They're just slowly making it up, taking their time. These volunteers have been amazing by just slowly getting the cattle places, no rushing, no movement. It's just been really, really nice to have them here. So if you do see them, please give them a huge thank you. Very, very calm. She sends her dog out. It's a very nice outrun on the dog. Very, very slow, took its time. We only had one go through the obstacles, so she can retry if she'd like, or she could take that. That's up to her. Another dog that tried to cut off the cows, and the cows tried to take a sharp turn and fell. Once again, the dog did nothing wrong. The calf just decided that it would do a 360 and slip and fell. Now the handler can leave the post and go help the dog out. And if the handler does leave the post to help the dog out, then the handler and dog will take half of the points through the obstacles. There we are. Now they got very nice. Oh, only one made it through the obstacle on that one. So we're going to regroup, it looks like, and retry. I believe she is going to take just the one calf point on that. Each calf going through an obstacle is worth 10 points. Get everybody regrouped and start over. Which the intermediate class has been really good about not raising their voice, getting the dog worked up. They're just staying really calm, getting everything back together, and starting over. And it's been a nice group so far. It's been, look at that, very nice. Regrouped everything and started over and made it through the obstacle. We are now working on the barrel, so he's got to get him to go back around the barrel, which the beginning group, they had a hard time getting him around that barrel. They kept wanting to hold up and not want to go that direction. So we're going to really get him grouped back up and then get him that direction. So if you could just get him to the barrel, put a little push on him and go around. Easier said than done. Now we're headed the right direction, so we just want to keep up this fence line. Hopefully they do not go in that obstacle. That's another thing that they've been trying to do, is get back in the obstacle to go back around. So now we got it. Now we're around. Very nice. Now we just got to regroup everybody and get them to go in. Oh, they missed it. All right, sorry, they didn't go very far, so we can.
And that is time.
That's pretty cool. He actually knows. He knows his directions. Oh, right, man. This is like I was hoping they just run in there.
That was Britney Merer with Renegade for a score of 180 and a time of 7 minutes.
Rottweiler in the history of this trial. That's kind of cool, though.
Up next is Sue Grimm with Ike. On deck is Daren Orens with Finch. And in the hole is Dan Cybert with TJ. A real quick announcement. Our intermediate handlers meeting will be starting at 7:30 tomorrow morning.
That was a very nice run to watch. First time we've ever had that breed join us. Now to the next handler. She called for her cattle, so we're going to get the cattle to turn back around in the alleyway. And here they come out. Very nice outrun on this dog. Just going to sneak up behind the calves. Oh. We did miss one calf, so now she can keep those two, or she can definitely retry. She is going to retry them. Calves are down here saying hello to everybody. And then here we are. Very nice line to get him through, but now we've only been, that one calf scored, but the other two did not. So now she's going to bring everybody back together and get them between the barrel and the fence. That's the entry, and then to score, they have to go out between the barrel and the green barrel. So they just have to enter the box and exit the box, but they do have to go on this side of the blue barrel. So dog's going to try to get everybody back together. These calves are not wanting to stay, so I'm not sure if she is continuing on and just not taking those ops, which I do believe. I'm not sure exactly what she is doing yet. Oh, nope, she is going to retry, so. There we are. Now they've all scored. And they've scored there. So now we're going back through the weave. They just did the weave, so they should know it. There we are. Very nice. Now we got to go on the other side of the barrel, so she's got to get him to turn him. There we are. Had to go through the weave one more time just to get him going in the right direction, so we got that obstacle. This dog does have a lot of speed, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to stop the one calf. So they're going to go back through. Now he has to daylight, so all of them have to get on the other side of this panel. Okay, they've cleared, so now she has to get them back through. So now that this obstacle is at a 0. That was a good save. There we are. Now all we have to do is the last obstacle. So we can get everybody to calm down. look at the opening and then just now we have 2 that made it through, and the third one did not. So these are her options. Nope, she's going to retry it, so she can definitely retry it. The best for this one that I have seen in the open and the intermediate is this one obstacle is to stop, try to get the calves to stop and then walk them through. And just like this, just get them a slow little walk, and that still happens, but at least they didn't run right past it. So all you got to do is just a slow little walk now. Good news is those guys are going to hang out inside the weave, and then the third one will see them, and then they can continue. That was a nice run. They did the weave a couple of times, the fetch panels 3 or 4 times. Every obstacle I think this dog made the calves do 2 or 3 times. A lot of energy with this one.
That was Sue Grimm with Ike for a score of 210 and a time of 6:11. Up next, we have Daren Orens with Finch. On deck, we have Dan Cybert with TJ. And in the hole, we have Brooklyn Madden with Laser.
Next dog is up. Calls for her calves. We got one calf that's just going to hang out. There we go. Now we're going to catch up with the bunch. We still have the spectators hanging out, even with the cold weather kicked back up, but we still have some people hanging out and watching, which is really nice. I'm going to go and send her dog. Calves are walking in their straight line. Nice job getting behind them and guiding them through. Now, when the calves are in the little handler's box, the handler can help as much as they would like. If the dog starts getting in some trouble or having some problems with the calves, the handler can leave the post and go assist. They just will be getting half points for that obstacle and the next obstacles ahead. So. Dog got a little confused on the direction that the handler wanted him to go, so she pulled him away from the calves for a little bit. Had the dog lay down and then redirected, which is needed sometimes for the handler and the dog. Now we've got the calves headed in the right direction, so they're just going to walk. Oh, they missed the hole, but they weren't even looking, so she's going to. And there we are, very nicely done. Let the calves just walk away from the dog. Very nice. Keeping the dog off of the calves, making sure that everything stays at a pace. That's always a hard decision to make when to turn the calves, if they're going to make it or not. Handler's helping as much as she can, being inside the box. She's just going to let the calves walk right through there, not let the dog disturb anything. The dog got him in the right direction. Put enough pressure on him to get him into the weave, and now she's just going to let him walk through it.
That was Daren Orens with Finch for a time of 3:47 and a score of 2:10. That is our leader right now in time. Next up, we have Dan Cybert with TJ. On deck, we have Brooklyn Madden with Laser. And in the hole, we have Travis Balch with Slim.
That handler did a very nice job of just taking a step back and regrouping. Sometimes you just need to do that. Slower is better, and in her case, it did pay off. She was get everybody grouped back up and redoing it. Once again, it's paid off because she is now in the lead. That's got to have her feel very good. That speed and is not always the answer. And especially on these calves, staying off of them, taking your time has been working out. Second handler has come up. There we are now. The dog's off and running. And the dog unfortunately just ran right at the group and broke them up. All right, now we're going to get everything back together. So we did get one through the obstacle. Now we can go ahead and take that one, or we can move on. This is definitely a pup. He is just unsure, so he's going to be barking, which is one of the reasons why the calves are all off in their own direction. So he's going to daylight them. They have to, and fortunately they made it through the first obstacle. On to the second and third. And calves, oh, he was thinking about missing it, but the dog did catch him, and he's going to go ahead and send him back. And calves are a little confused on what the dog wants because the dog keeps over flanking, so that's... Took some time to regroup and got them through. Now the next obstacle they have to go through is around the barrel. We've got it taken care of. Very nice. Now he's got to get back through the U shape and the fetch panels. If you want to announce it, they just have to go back through the panels. And he's clear, so he's going to turn hopefully everybody around and everybody can walk through calmly. Now that one does count, so now all he has to do is get the other ones through. So, oh yeah, there. So now you got those ones to score. Now he has to get in. Stop. That was a good stop there. He did a very nice job, very clean job of getting him turned. Everybody stop. This is what we want. We want everybody just to stop, group up, and then you can turn them and then walk them through. Another good save on the dog.
That was Dan Cybert with TJ with a perfect score of 210 and a time of 6:05. Up next, we have Brooklyn Madden with Laser. On deck, we have Travis Balch with Slim. And in the hole, we have Pete Denko with Ada. Again, as a reminder, our intermediate handler meeting will be tomorrow morning at 7:30.
Next handler is up. Wait for the cattle. And the full scores is 210. If the handler decides to leave the handler box, then the obstacles that they assist their dog with will be half points. So they do have that option to leave the handler's box and go help their dog at any time that they want, just they'll be getting half points. That's always a nice option for these younger handlers, younger dogs, and on a positive note. Trying to get the dog to be kicked out a little bit further so that it can turn them so that they will go through the first obstacle. Good stop on it. Redirect those calves. Second obstacle is to go inside the box and out of the box. And the third obstacle is they're passing the line right now, so it's in between those panels and the black tarp. On over to the weave on the back side, and you can see the pink string on it. They want to enter there. We got one that went in and the other one. There we are. Now we've done through the weave. Then they go through around the blue barrel. So and the first group of the intermediate class has been hung up on the blue barrel, but about 4 or 5 dogs ago, they've kind of just been smooth sailing around there. Nice run so far. This is a very nice run. Want to calm everything down to go through the final obstacle. So now the calves are in the handler's box. The handler can help at any point in time, but still they cannot leave this handler's box. If they chooses to leave, they get half points. Get the calves turned around so that they can see. Very nice, very, very good stop. This has been an excellent run. Very nice. Very clean run. This is a great team. Very good team to watch.
We have a new leader as of right now with Brooklyn, Madden, and Laser with a time of 2:16 and a full point score of 2:10. Next up, we have Travis Balch with Slim. On deck, we have Pete Denko with Ada. And in the hole, we have Jacob Graham with Grizz.
Sends his dog. Now, this is one of very few handlers in the intermediate class that sent their dog really early. So the gate wasn't even closed, and he had sent his dog. That is definitely a handler's decision. It's basically a lot of comfort zone where they feel comfortable doing it or not. So the time will start when the gate closes or you send your dog, whichever one does come first. He is trying to keep the calves calm, but some pressure on. You'll see this with quite a few handlers that are starting out because they're just unsure of their dog and they don't want things to happen, or they know their dog and they know something bad could happen, so that's why they keep doing what they're doing. So two different things. I do believe this gentleman, or this team, I should say, know each other very well. So he does know his dog could get in there and make it a mess. So he's trying to be very cautious with his dog. And it is paying off. Very smooth. Keep everybody calm, just walking through. This is a good team. The last few runs have been very nice, very smooth to watch.
That was Travis Balch with Slim with a score of 2:10 and a time of 2:49. Up next, we have Pete Denko with Ada. On deck, we have Jacob Graham with Grizz. In the hole, we have Leland Obermiller with Laney.
For the update tomorrow, it will be intermediates. I do apologize. I'm sorry. Nursery. I better check that because I'm not really sure now. As you can see, before I continue on that, I'm going to find out who runs first tomorrow, and then the open finals will be tomorrow. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here because of that. One calf didn't exit. So the one calf exit. So now the time will start here just because that one calf didn't, even though he sent his dog, the one calf was not out. So his time will start here, I believe. If I am wrong, I am sorry. But that's from what I understand. So then he's going to get his dog lined up. For a very nice looking fetch. And unfortunately, when he went in there for a heel bite, which is a very clean heel bite, but when he did that, he kind of made everybody go their own direction. So the calf went on the other, two calves went on the other side of the barrel. So what he has to do is what his choices are is he can take the 10 points that he has now, or he can restart, which it does look like he's just going to restart. So he's going to push all the calves over the line. And they're clear. He's going to turn them back around, and we're going to start this obstacle over so that he can get all of the 30 points. And there we are. Now we're moving on to the fourth obstacle. Very smooth walk through here. Now, this next obstacle has been, I'd like to say a 50-50, but probably the odds are a little more. 60% of the calves have done this, or they just get held up right here. Like the calves don't want to move. So nice recovery on that. That's how you want him to go through. Single file line, everybody staying together. And then what he wants to do is he wants to get them stopped right here. Everybody gather what they're doing, and then getting a calf to go through. Having one calf just go through the obstacle has been a savior right there. Everybody's looking. He's going to get the dog back around so to help with a little bit of push. These last few runs have been really close together. They've been really smooth. Watching the teams has been nice.
That was Pete Denko with Ada with a score of 2:10 and a time of 3:10. Up Up next, we have Jacob Graham with Grizz. On deck, we have Leland Overmiller with Laney. And in the hole, we have Eric Ruppel with Chisholm.
All right, these calves know exactly where they're headed to, in a straight line to the exhaust, which makes it nice that the fetch panels are right there. Entry of the second obstacle. Now, calves inside that obstacle, the handler can help as much as they would like, or as little as they would like, just as long as they do not step outside of the little box. If they choose to step outside the box, then the next obstacles will be for half points. So they do get the option here, but the last few dogs running did not need any help. It looked really nice, but if you do need help, it's always nice to have you and your dog end on a good note instead of being frustrated or not finishing it all. So getting out and helping your dog is a very good idea if they need it. This dog is really trying to sneak around the corner so that they don't turn back. Nice save on that dog. So now what he's got to do is he's got to get him cut off, line him back up because they were getting ready to blow past the next obstacle. So the handler got everything turned back around so that they could get a straight shoot to where they need to be. I keep repeating this. This is the obstacle that you need just everybody to be calm. Just a nice, straight walk through. Everybody looking straight ahead, which is exactly what this handler and dog did. No rushing, just nice and calm.
We have a new lead time, Jacob Graham with Grizz, for a time of 2:14 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Leland Obermiller with Laney. On deck, we have Eric Ruppel with Chisholm. And in the hole, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie.
These are our last three for this class. She gets ready. Waves for her cattle. If you guys are planning to make it down this year, please thank any volunteers for what a great job. They also have asked to get on the website. There's a comment section if you have any comments or concerns or any suggestions to post that on as well. But thank everybody who puts on these events. These are very stressful events to put on, not just the cattle dog, but the whole thing. And it's nice when you hear a thank you. Cappy and Bob and Jan and Dottie, who is the judge, and anybody else that I am missing, thank you very much for this. This run is starting off very nice. And the handlers chose to just stand in the corner just to help keep the calves out of the corner and direct her dog. Everybody just wants to walk really smooth, it looks like, so it's always a nice start. Confident booster, that's for sure. Here comes the corner that has been holding a lot of people up, a lot of handlers and dogs up. One, it's kind of hard to see this barrel. You think you've got it, and then you don't. And then the other is that the calves just want to take off back to the exhaust, or they just want to stand there. Like there they are right now, standing there. Now that bite was a clean bite. The judge just waved her off, told her she can keep on going. So the dog just wanted the calf to stop and got a little aggressive. Not too aggressive, but just made its point. Very nice. We made it through there. So now this last obstacle, the handler can once again help as much or as little as possible, but cannot leave the box. So from the blue barrel to the green barrel, she cannot step over that line, but she can help as much as she wants in this little area. If you get the first one to go in, they usually just all follow, but unfortunately the first one just walked right past the opening. So we're going to start this over. Very speedy dog, got everything back together. Nice job on that. Very good.
That was Leland Obermiller with Laney for a time of 3:55 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Eric Ruppel with Chisholm. On deck, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie, and in the hole to round out our intermediate trials is Briana Bic with Dash.
We do have only 2 left, but if you would like us to join us tomorrow, we will be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. And this class will be running tomorrow at 8. So everybody that ran now will come back tomorrow at 8. And then following that, approximately about 11 o'clock, but could be earlier, could be later. But following that will be the top 20 of the open class. So the open class ran yesterday morning and this morning, and the top 20 from those two runs will come back tomorrow. And then this dog did not take a very wide outrun, so the calves were a little confused on which direction to go, which was causing them to push further away from the fetch panel than the handler really wanted. So now he's got to, or once again, he can take the 10 points that he got, or he can push them back over the line and try again. So it looks like he is going to try to push them back over the line. The handler can help in this little box as much or as little as they would like. They just can't step out of the box. So the calves went over the line, and then they have to re-enter. And then they have to exit between the blue and green barrel, and that will get them their 30, gives them the 30 points. And there it is. And then we made it through the third obstacle with just that little alleyway through there. On to the weave, which it looks like this dog got him set up for the weave. So as long as you're getting these calves pointed in the right direction, you stay off of them. They are walking very nice, and it's been this class. Very nice around there, and then he wants to bring them back through the panels. And what he wants to do is get everybody stopped right here so that he can get them facing into the next obstacle. Now this one here has been, the last few dogs have been working out really nice. The dogs are just walking in. He's going to keep his dog lying down there so that they don't go to that side, which is paying off for him. He did move his dog, which spooked the one calf, but he did need help from his dog to get the others grouped back up. So and the calves just want to keep walking down there because they know their buddies are in that corner, so they just want to walk past this opening. And it does look like he regrouped everything, put his dog in the right position, and blocked a hole. And now he's just going to have the calves walk through, and then his dog is going to help push him in.
That was Eric Ruppel with Chisholm for a time of 2:59 and a score of 2:10. Up next, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie, and to round out our intermediate trials, we have Briana Bic with Dash.
I do apologize. I thought that there was only one left. This last go around there is actually two left, so I just didn't have her on the run order. All right, we're going to have all the calves come out. They're going to just stop and figure out what the dog's plans are. The handler's telling the dog to lie down, and the dog is going in circles on its belly just to see where the calves are going and really wanting to go after these calves and get going on them. Here's another handler that is being very cautious of their dog because they know that their dog could get in really tight just like it is. So they know that they have to be really cautious of their dog. And they don't want it to turn into a wreck, which is, it does make a good handler. These young dogs get a little experience and just want to get in there. And there we are. Now the first 3 obstacles are complete, and the fetch panels inside the little box, out of the box, and then down the, what I'm referring to is an alleyway. And it's just the panels through the black tarp is the 3rd obstacle, and then the 4th obstacle. Once again, she is having a lot of control over this dog because, as we could see over here on the second obstacle, this dog likes to get in there and could make a mess out of things. So she's just guiding the little dog along, young dog along, so it doesn't make a huge mistake and get in there and make a mess. All right. Which is what she did. You got that one calf worked up, so she is going to help her dog. So now what's going to happen is any obstacle from here on out is half points. So the handler has chosen to walk with the dog. There's good idea on that. She just kind of read her dog and knew that it might just be a wreck if she doesn't, and she wants her dog to end on a good note. So she's chosen to just walk with her dog. Help her dog out. Now when they do let you walk with the dog, if you're doing a majority of the work, they will give you a warning. Your dog does have to participate, so you can't go and start pushing your calves through all the obstacles or anything like that. Like they do give you a warning if you're starting to take over too much. So, but it is nice they let you go walk with your dog just to give your dog some confidence. And she needs to really flank this because this little dog calf right here is just going to go. Nope, she just told the judge she's just going to take those 2. And so she went with the half points because she did go help. So it will only be worth the 10 points, but it is the smarter move. This dog is just really excited and wants to help a lot. And you taking the time out to just help your dog through is a much bigger winner than anything else. Now she's just stopping everybody. She's trying to figure out the best way to handle this one so that this other calf will go in there. So she turns the calf around. Nice. Sometimes it does pay off. Oh no, this one calf's going to be stuck in there. Sometimes it does pay off just to take your time, help your dog out, make everything end on a good note, and that's exactly what she did. So she's trying to get her dog back here so that her dog can get this other calf out of here. It'd be a big shame if
That was Sierra Holt with Gracie for a time of 5:16 and a score of 140. Last up in our intermediate trials, we have Briana Bic with Dash.
All right, she had called for her cattle. One calf came out pretty excited. The dog has made a stop on it, which is sometimes a good idea to send your dog to have everybody just stop, gather back up, and then send your dog. So now what she needs to do is just out there. Very nice. Everybody is staying calm. This dog has got a lot of presence on it, so when the calves see it coming, it takes off running. So she's been trying to keep this dog off of them so that they're not running in. So now she has to go around the barrel completely, so she's got to daylight them. They're clear, so now she has to turn them around and run them back up the side, the far side of the barrels. So she's got to go back that direction, but be on the far side of this blue barrel. Back through the weave, which sometimes is a good idea just to keep them going in that direction. That side of the barrel. So they've entered this obstacle and now they have to exit the obstacle. So enter the obstacle and then come back through here. So this is just another box. Enter and exit. And then through the fetch panels. Nice. Now the final obstacle is through this last weave. Once again, the handler can help as much as possible, but cannot step out of the box. If they decide to step out of the box, then they're going for half a point. So She's going to go and start this over, get everybody gathered up, hopefully slow them down. Almost. They almost went in. Please join us tomorrow. We'll be starting this again at 8 a.m. and we'll run all day again tomorrow. So please join us for tomorrow. And thank all the volunteers and thank those who have put this on. Oh, the handler did have, look at that, a little bit of a wave of the hand and they went in.
For our last run of the intermediate trials, we had Briana Bic with dash with a time of 3:32 and a score of 2:10. As a reminder, we will have our intermediate handlers meeting tomorrow morning at 7:30. And as we finish up, can we give a round of applause to our volunteers and everybody that helps put on the Stock Dog Trials? Thank you very much. Second. Okay.
I have a second nursery class,
Okay.
nursery 2, and then the open final.
Okay. Tomorrow we will have our intermediate trials, then go into our nursery second class, and then our open finals.